To everybody that's here, thank you for your participation and to listening to the city's business. The time is 12 o'clock at this time. And at this time, I'm going to ask Commissioner Olivares to lead us in the invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today, and we ask you to bless every mind and heart that fills the presence of this room. We ask for a special blessing upon our city employees. We ask for a special blessing among those in our community, especially those that may be going through trials, tribulations, despair, illness, hardship. Give them the hope that comes with knowing that you are in control, and through you, anything and everything is possible. We also ask for a special blessing on this commission, that you give us the guidance and wisdom to make decisions that will have a positive impact on our city. We ask all these things in thy name. Amen.
Amen. And at this time, I would like to invite everybody to the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag, please.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Ms. Solis, can you please direct the roll call?
Yes. Mayor Falcon,
Present.
Commissioner Adel Barrera is not in yet. Commissioner De Leon,
Present.
Commissioner Olivares,
Here.
Commissioner Barrera.
Here.
We do have quorum, sir.
Thank you. Do we have a public forum?
We sure do. We have Mr. Josh Davis here present. He would like to present before the board.
Absolutely.
Commissioner.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you all for letting me speak today. I did not realize everybody was going to show up like this, so I wasn't prepared with handouts or anything. But the Border Patrol would like to invite not just the city, but all of our participants, all of our partners. The last 10 years have been crazy in Stark County when it comes to the work that we've been doing, and we've not been able to have the chance to give back to the community. This November, on November 8, 9, and 10, we'd like to do a barbecue cook-off in Stark County. The 8th, we'd like to start out with music. Our tentative agenda is to start out with music and part of the cooking competition on Friday night. Saturday, roll into the full part of the cook-off, and then start with a car show, and then go into Sunday. We would like to do all of this in benefit of our children. Kids in Stark County, scholarships for all 4 school districts, and that's our goal. And we want to invite the community to take part, because this isn't about the Border Patrol, it's about raising funds on behalf of, or for these kids and for these scholarships. So our goal is to invite everybody, and I'm not challenging any city, but I wanted to throw the biggest party for this event and have all the cities try to figure out how to do the party as big as I just did for this fund. So we'd love to have you guys part of that. I'd love to have the community part. As soon as we have flyers and stuff, we will be distributing those if possible. And location, we've talked about having it at the Basilio Park in town, if that works out. And so I'll have to communicate with whatever part of RGC I need to for that.
Is this the first time that an event like this has been conducted by the Border
We've
Patrol?
never done one. Neither has the Border Patrol in South Texas we know have done anything like this that goes directly from us, Border Patrol, right to the community. We do usually scholarships that are focused on just our agents, but we've never done something like this where the Border Patrol is actively trying to bring up funds for the kids. We personally feel, a lot of us, that Stark County gets left out of a lot of those scholarship funds, and we're trying to remedy that and bring in as much as we possibly can, again, back to youth in Stark County.
Okay, well, I think it is the intent of this commission to try to promote as much as we can for the community, for our kids, and obviously for the students. And I think that this is a great program that's definitely going to target that specific set of individuals that we would like to assist. We would be interested in assisting you. Obviously, we would have to meet with somebody to coordinate, to see what's going to require from the city's participation, but we're definitely interested in in helping you coordinate one of these events.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Solis, anybody else signed up?
Nobody else signed up, sir.
Thank you. Now, we move to agenda item D, departmental reports.
Yes.
Mayor, we got several departments interested in participating in reports.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commission. I want to thank all the participants that were with us in track and field this summer. 26 kids participated in the Summer State Games of Texas that was in Brownsville, July 25th through the 28th. And out of those 26 kids, we had 3 state champions and 3 silver medals. So I just want to congratulate those kids. Dante Barrera, he was a state champion in discus. Fatima Montes, a state champion in discus. Adam Ortiz, he was a state champion in shot put. Fatima Montes, second place in shot put. Sofia Vasquez, second place in pole vault. And Carlos Carrera, second place in pole vault. So I would just want to congratulate those kids. I mean, I want to thank the parents for making the effort and all that for the summer, because I know it takes a lot of work from the parents, giving away their summer to take their kids every day to practice and commit to our community.
Are these results similar to what we've had in the past, or was this a very good year? Or
They're similar as every year. It changes some years, but I think this year, last year, I think we had 25 kids that went to state, and this year we had one more, 26. So,
Okay. And I'm assuming that nobody's here, right, to congratulate them personally?
they're in school?
they're in school, sir.
Right, okay. Anything else, sir?
Oh, and we started registration with our flag Pee Wee football and tackle. For second and third is flag football, fourth and fifth tackle football, and sixth grade tackle football. And this week or next week, we're gonna advertise for our fall baseball and softball program that is coming up.
Okay.
Approximately how many students are involved in the football program?
In football, every year we get between 150 to 200 kids. That's what we get usually in football. Comparing flag, tackle, everything together combined.
Okay, well, Mr. Aguirre, given that nobody's here present to congratulate them personally, I think that I would ask if you could prepare some letters.
Yes,
So
sir.
that they can be signed and endorsed by the commission congratulating all of these kids and their parents as well. A standard letter that we can send out to them and then congratulate them. I don't know if that has been done or not, but if it has not, I would like to.
Yeah, it's in the work.
Okay, if it has not, I would like to sign a letter on behalf of the commission congratulating all of these individuals that participated and as well as the parents.
Okay, Mayor.
Sergey, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
On these new leagues that you are opening up, do you also have, do we have a league for soccer for children or no?
We haven't had one. We tried it about 2 years ago. We didn't have a good turnout.
Okay. Is there a reason why?
No,
You don't know? Because yesterday I went to well, if you can call it a park, there's the retention pond on 3167, and it was full of kids, completely full. And I talked to many parents, and I asked him if the city was involved with any of those leagues, and they said no, this is by ourselves. And I was like, okay. So I wanted to know, do you have any plan to
Yes, we
incorporate
have
them
plans for the summer to make a soccer league.
for the summer?
Yeah. Because we cannot, what happens is, like right now, we're gonna do football and we're gonna do baseball at the same time. We're not gonna get the same amount of kids. So you try to not make everything at the same time. That way you won't make the kids choose only one sport than the other sport.
Okay. Okay, I'll be looking into that just to check with parents. Have you done a survey to?
No, I haven't.
No? No survey, you just coming up with that from your
Survey in what way?
survey about what if those kids don't even play another sport?
Well, what happens is that we already done in the past that we combine 3 sports and we don't get the same amount of kids. And then we have parents telling us, well, you're forcing us to put our kid select one sport, not the other. It's like when we have basketball going on and Pony League is running their league, like we have to work together, and that's because we have 2 things going at the same time. Work together with a schedule to not put those kids in that schedule, because if they play together, they can't go to the one game or the other game.
Well, I guess they don't play other sports because their answer was, well, we go to Roma and we go to Palmview
Okay.
to play for these, and we want something here, and that's why I bring it up. So I would love to know with an actual survey of the amount of kids we could have on those soccer leagues, because I don't want to have any kid left behind just because you don't like it or somebody else doesn't like it.
I never said I didn't like it.
I know, I'm just saying that I would like to see that and have a backup whenever you present to us, because again, these we don't want to leave anybody behind.
Okay.
Okay. So that's honestly what I want to see in the future, and not only in soccer, whatever. If there's another sport that maybe a lot of kids are interested right now, that will be very beneficial. We want to.
I'll go out there and talk to the coach.
Yeah, I think his name is
Fidel. Yeah, my son plays with them.
Okay, great. Yeah, you can work with him, and he can give you good real numbers, and maybe.
I worked with him in the past. I mean, I've donated soccer balls to them and stuff like that. I mean, and they asked me for an extra soccer net, and we put it there at the Silver Star Park.
That's the name of that
At the
retention
park,
pond?
yes.
Yeah, it was very uneven. A lot of kids can get hurt, and we just want to have something ready. So hopefully with this grant that is coming up, I know you're gonna do something very well on the park.
At the Four Ringo.
Yes, the bleachers and lights and a very well organized.
There's already there two soccer poles there, and I mean, we just need to fix the terrain and stuff, but we're already working on that.
Okay, I just want to remember that's the commission that really included everyone, not just a few.
Okay.
Yeah, and like he did mention, he's working in the logistics of opening fall and winter
Yes.
baseball and softball league, and as part of our initiative is the commitment to bring back community sports, and regardless of the participation levels, we got to be consistent in opening these registrations so we can get that started. Yeah, we just need to be consistent, like I said, regardless of the participation levels. I know we can make a schedule where I know basketball and softball do sometimes overlap, but we can make it work.
Okay.
Okay, so.
The ages for the football, you said, are from 7 to
It's
6?
second and third grade is flag football.
And then to sixth
Fourth,
grade.
fourth and fifth is
For
tackle, and
baseball,
sixth grade.
It's not the same grades, right, for baseball? So there would be a conflict with those two as far as age?
Well, there's different age groups from baseball and softball. It will start from 4U and it goes up to 16U.
And not everybody plays football, so a lot play basketball, baseball.
It's like middle school. We won't have that much in this time because they'll be playing.
So our
their
plan is after the logistics for the fall ball and winter league, soccer, I spoke with Fidel also, he has a total of 9 teams, so hopefully we can come up with something so they won't have to be going to Roma.
19 what, teams?
No, 9 teams.
19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has 9 teams.
He told me 200 kids.
Oh, no, yeah, 200 kids, and he also has an academy, so he offered to help us out, start up the program.
You see, free help.
Okay, well, I guess the point being is that we're trying to be very proactive with the sports, and also the good news right now is that Mr. Guia, along with some of the guidance of the commissioners, they're preparing a new fall ball and also a winter ball, which I think that a lot of parents, local parents, were taking their kids to Palmview some of the other areas, and now they're gonna,
Yeah.
that's something that's gonna be offered locally.
Yes, we know how much, how much that sport means to the community, so it'd be great to have it fall and winter.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Who would be next, Ms.
Go
Solis?
other departments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commission. How are y'all? We
Good
did
afternoon.
we did have a few events this last month and that you guys are all aware of. We had the Cop with a Shop with Shop with a Cop with Crime Stoppers in the police department, and Commissioner Olivares and Commissioner Barrero were there at that event. No, yes, sir. Yeah, you came in a little bit late, right? And I saw you, yeah. Well, we had that event. It's been done for several years. I want to thank Crime Stoppers for partnering up with the city. 46 children got some uniforms for that, for the beginning of the school year. We also attended the other event that was done by Mr. Garza at Basilio Park, and that's all in the same. And Crime Stoppers also gave a bunch of backpacks there. I think, well, it was 911, and I think Crime Stoppers also. So that is great for the new school year. Also, on another note, we sent 11 of our officers already for a SWAT training. A few of them went this last couple of weeks ago. And we have 34 sworn officers. We have 11 that already have gone to that training, and we're going to continue to be sending them to the basic SWAT. Also, we had Officer Trevino attend another training for registering, I'll skip that one and I'll put it in my report, but we also had Patrol Trevino, Officer Trevino. He was teaching some of the public how to, at Easter seals, how to install car seats to their vehicles. And that is available for anybody in the public if they want to learn how to do that and bring that up. I did talk to Mr. Milan earlier, and he wanted me to talk a little bit about the grants that were upcoming and what we're applying for. And we have several that already we applied for, and they're be coming up in October. And one is Operation Stone Garden. That's $478,000, and that's going to also bring in two police cars to the fleet. We also have our human and drug trafficking prevention, which is another $50,000, and Crimes Against Women project with another $48,000, along with Crime Victim Liaison, which is $42,000. We'll be applying also for the body-worn camera grant. Those are about $700-800 each, and last time we purchased them, it was about 20-something thousand that we got with that, and our bulletproof vest grant and our rifle shield grant. So that's kind of some of the stuff that we've been working on. Mayor,
And the deadlines to submit this ones are gonna be in October?
Yeah, well, a lot of stuff is upcoming in October, Mayor. A lot of the grants open up in October, like the bulletproof vest grant. They're only good for a certain amount of time, and on that one we get half. We pay half, and the grant pays the other half.
Okay. Yeah, like I've been telling all of the departments that it is our intention to try to encourage every single department to try to search and apply for as many grants as they can. The city, obviously, we know that in some of these grants, there has to be a match, but if it's going to be for the benefit of the community, we're definitely encouraging everybody, every director to try to seek out as many grants as they can, especially for law enforcement. I think that we need some body cams and some other things for the department, so I would encourage that you try to apply for as many grants as you can.
Yes, sir. And I want to thank staff because they're the ones that do a lot of this work, and they report back to us, and appreciate everybody that is part of it. And again, for the commissioners always backing up what we do. So if anybody have any questions,
Mr. Castillo, on
Yes,
that, who's the one who helps for applying for those grants?
Assistant Chief Solis is the one that helps with the
good,
grant.
good.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes.
And quick question, is there any other grant that you might want to apply, but sometimes it's too difficult, it's a lot of work for us? If you ever need help from this commission, like the mayor just mentioned, that's our intention. So for you to apply as much as you can, and if you need the assistance, I'm pretty sure you can get it with our city manager, with us, we can find help. the funds are there, the resources are there, why don't we just look for more?
Correct.
I'm pretty sure that for law enforcement, the qualifications should not be that hard as to apply for park, because this is a necessity. Law enforcement in a city, it's #1 priority.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. We do get some of the notifications from the Governor's Office and the Department of Justice, and we're always trying to fit the grants that fit this area. And sometimes, and the Assistant Chief can tell you that sometimes we don't fit the criteria. So we're always looking at, we get the emails from them, and we're always looking for something different and to bring into the city. So, yes, sir, along with what we're doing, that's what we're kind of geared toward.
Yeah, just keep us posted on that. And again, if you need help, we'll find it.
I appreciate it.
The more help, the better, and the more grants, the better as well.
And the idea is that a lot of the cities have a person or a department just completely dedicated for grant writing. Obviously, we don't have that each. It's a fund of each director to try to seek out as many grants as they can. Just like Commissioner was saying, sometimes some of these applications can be confusing or difficult, and I guess the message is if you find yourself that you have something good in your hand, but you need some assistance, please don't hesitate to contact the city manager and say, hey, you know what, I found a good grant. I may need a little bit of help. Can you talk to legal? Can you talk to somebody so that they can assist us in submitting this application? So it's an encouragement to try to indicate to every director that we're here to work together as a team and to move forward as we go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a real quick question? It
Yes,
might
sir.
be very naive on my part, but are there any grants available for vehicles?
That is very rare.
Okay.
Yes, it's hard to get some, like Operation Storm Garden, we get them, I say the county is the one that distributes those funds. And every other project year is when we qualify for vehicles if the money's available.
Have we ever gotten any vehicles through grants before that you can recall?
Not through
Operation Stone
Operation Stone
Garden.
Garden.
The current grant that we're working, which is FY23, we are pending 2 Silverado police package trucks. I'm hoping that Holiday Chevrolet can deliver those by November. For come October, November, I'm already in talks with the sheriff's office, and they're asking us how much money we need for overtime. But since we're getting vehicles this grant, next year's grant, we're not going to get any equipment. It would be till the following year.
And they have gotten really expensive. We used to buy a Charger for $32,000, it almost more than doubled. So it's gotten expensive, so we appreciate that.
So if I understand you correctly, we might be getting 2 vehicles?
Yes,
We've already ordered them.
Oh, okay.
yes. So that's what this 2023 grant funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have somebody else?
We do have Mr. Flores also to present, and
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm not sure if you all received it's a short little package that I prepared. The ladies did in my department, my Billy Clerks helped me out. So basically, I just want to give you an update what the PUD table of contents. If you turn to one of the first one, it's on the courtesy door hanger, and that's an initiative that we're spearheading. It really is, the reason behind that, there's some pictures on it so you can kind of see what I'm describing or talking about. It's an initiative really just kind of to give a courtesy call to our residents, reminder, hey, your bill's coming up, before we go out and shut the meter down and stuff. And we're trying just to hit those accounts that are they're right before closing them. So we're trying to focus on that. So far, the results that I have gotten, the feedback from the meter readers has been positive. The resident likes to be reminded. We don't get to all of them depending on the accounts that we have or how many accounts we have. But that's one of the initiatives we've been working on the last couple of months. And on the next one, if you can see, it's a manhole that was replaced about 3 weeks ago. This was subbed out to Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, one of our subs, helps us out with this manhole that was damaged. So we needed to replace this manhole in Older South. Right in front of, there's a Head Start there in the corner. So that manhole was completely replaced. And we do have another one coming up in about a couple of weeks there in Older South that we're going to be also replacing a manhole that is damaged. We try to do a little preventative measures to kind of get ahead on those. And if you flip it over to the next one, it's a little maintenance that we're doing on our water plant. We're currently repainting the walls. We just added the new ceiling tiles, about 10 or so. Just little upkeeping, basically what we're doing, and we're doing that in-house with our guys. They're very, they were willing to do it, so we kind of save a little bit there. But hoping in a couple of weeks we'll be ready with our new boards and stuff and everything going on. And the purpose behind that wall is we're going to put their picture with their license, their operator license, so when anybody walks in, you know who the operator, what kind of license they have and everything. And the next two items on there, gentlemen, it is basically an update on the sewer project. This is the sewer project for Monroe and Lopez Street. I did do a walkthrough last Thursday with the engineer, Rio Delta, Mr. Julio. We did a little walkthrough. We kind of went over some stuff and everything. So there's just a basis, going to consist of 23 connections. Just an estimation cost a little bit over 100. Again, it's an estimation. Projected income annually with adding those 23 additional sewer connections, it's an average of $5,800 to $6,000 annually. And that's an average use. That's just the low end ball number. I mean, that's just an average consumption of 4,000 to 5,000 gallons. Of course, normally households do use more, but I just went with the low end number there. And that's at $23.53. That's our current rate as for an average consumption of 4,000 to 5,000. So I just on that one, I did discuss this with Mr. Milan. Basically, I just need your blessing, the green light, to continue moving forward. So Mr. Gonzalez, we can start working on the bidding process and get the ball going and let's get it done.
Yes, sir.
So,
Mr. Flores, on this one.
yes, sir.
This is the one that, I don't remember if you were at that meeting, but I do remember Mr. Milan was there, and it was brought to our attention that this area of the city didn't have those 23 connections.
Correct, sir.
And that it was not going to be very profitable from our part
Well,
to build that, right? And of course, it makes sense to a certain level
Right.
if you are in the business world, but in our duty here as commission, we're not in that level yet on just thinking about business and bringing more revenue to the city, but also to serve our residents, right?
Correct.
So, but you put in here that it's gonna be just $6,000 annually. Of course, it's gonna take us.
Well, no,
15
definitely,
years,
definitely.
right? But
Yeah.
in my opinion, and this is just me, Commissioner Adiel Barrera, you as a director of that department, can you tell us just a simple yes or no, do you think this should be done as quickly as possible?
Definitely, sir. Yes. Not only that, you got to realize you're going to provide services for 23, and it is an older area of town as well. So it does, I mean, we're going to get on it. We're on it as long as obviously it's a green light already. But yes, and it will pay off itself eventually. You're correct on that, on the business side of it. But the benefit is we're providing services for 23 households. That's the ideal goal behind this, and with the intention of the long run also to make additional, to make some revenue there, of course.
Yes, and you also mentioned, just to remind the community here, you also mentioned there were other areas in the city also with this problem, and also with a lot of connections within that area, right?
Yes, we actually have another one lined up, but right now primarily we're gonna get this going, and then we do have another street, and I have the third one. It's a little bit more connections. There's a little bit bigger project.
Really appreciate it from the commission. We cannot have a single house in Rio Grande without the connection. That's the beginning of everything. That's the infrastructure, especially with the basic needs. That's a must. That if we have to stop other projects, in my opinion, I will definitely vote for start with this one.
Definitely. Well, we're gonna get this going as soon as we can. So that'll be project number one.
On this one, because I
Well,
was just
yes.
given on the instruction was given last.
About 3 weeks ago, sir.
Yes.
I did get some information, the bits that I got over for the material wise. So it is gonna exceed over the 50,000 amount. So that's why I met with the engineer. He just, we oversee the construction side of it and everything, and we're gonna work hand in hand, side by side, and get this project done and serve the community.
Just try to defend the public funds as
Yeah.
much as possible.
Yes.
You put there just an estimate of.
Oh, it's just an
$5,000,
estimation,
but you can make it for 80.
it should, reality might be more, but I always like to low end the numbers because realistically, you just don't know where you're gonna end up with the numbers, but,
This commission is tough, you can say that. So don't charge as much as you want, because this is for a good cause.
Definitely.
And I understand, of course, they're businesses, but let's try to save as much as possible, and this is very good. I'm happy with these, that it's moving forward.
And
we're
of
gonna
course,
get
you guys
the
will be getting
service.
updates throughout the process, and once we get it going, and the whole bidding, all that goes with it, of course, you all will be in the loop of all that, and of course, Mr. Milan. The next one that I'll have, and the last one,
And
Commis-
before we move on, Mr.
Yes.
Flores, just to clarify
Yes.
for the public and for everybody that's watching us, the problem here is that some areas of the community don't have sewer.
Yes, sir.
And when you say 23 connections, you're talking about actually homes.
Yes, sir.
That are gonna be provided a service, a sewer service, right? So that means that there's gonna be a new line that's gonna be obviously, built there. There's gonna be 23 residences that are gonna be able to connect, to the sewer line. And right now, obviously, these are existing homes. These are not homes that are gonna be built. These are homes that are
Correct.
already, fully operational.
Yes.
There are families that they don't have this particular service, right?
That's correct, sir.
And
Yes.
when you say that there's some other areas, that means that there's some other neighborhoods that are in the same condition, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think that what we're trying to express from this commission is that the city should have and provide these basic services such as sewer, because these are homes that have been existing for years, and I think that they should have the basic necessities and the basic services.
That is correct, sir.
Just
We were
wanted to clarify
established
that.
thank you, Mayor, very well explained. We were established in 1998.
Yes, that's when actually the water with the county and the city became,
Imagine
yes.
1998, it's 2024. That's 26 years that those houses have been without a sewer. So I'm glad you're coming up with this one now.
We're working together, sir.
And I'm
That's what it is.
glad with this commission
Yes.
for putting that as a priority.
Definitely, sir.
Good job.
I'm gonna head to the next one. This one is actually an ordinance that I'm working on the information. Actually, I did reach out to our city attorney, Ms. Marty. It's an ordinance from 2005, tapping charges, which are our fees that we charge for water and sewer connections and reconnections and everything. So the purpose behind this, trying to update this is, obviously, it's outdated. It's 19 years old, the ordinance, that's one. The item, it's inflation, materials and labor don't cost anymore as what they used to 19 years ago. As we noticed after the pandemic, inflation skyrocketed. And of course, also to increase revenue. We currently, the proposed numbers that I'm proposing on that information is it's slightly compared to Roma, Mercedes, other cities around us. In variation for that fees, and also on the reconnection and deposit fees that we tend to, run into sometimes with renters that rent and they leave and we can't find it anymore, and we left with a deposit for 100, but in reality, those $100 deposit doesn't cover what they left behind on balance. So the purpose behind it, the proposed amount is, for example, in that one is 200. So at least we can cover that 1 month of water bill. We don't lose out as the city, and hopefully we'll gain, obviously, but if not, at least we don't lose out. And that's the purpose behind this. Obviously, increase revenue, update an ordinance that is 19 years old, and the ladies helped me out with the information from different cities, and then we compared, and then we put it together, and then of course I reached out to Ms. Marty, and then we started having that discussion, and then Ms. Angela is also through the city, were helping me out as well. So
What is generally the policy regarding tenants? Obviously, when they come to an apartment complex, right, you find yourself with one tenant that left a huge bill, right? There's a new tenant that wants to move in, and then the new tenant is being told, hey.
in reality, there's really, we that's something we need to focus on a policy, because it goes very, like, I might bring somebody, but then if I sign, we do have a form that we do sign, like you're just handing the service over to me, so then I, as the owner of the apartment complex, I'm responsible. So you happen to leave on me, but then I'm responsible but that kind of puts a burden on the owner of the apartment complex.
Right.
So it goes hand in hand, and this is one of the reasons why through the deposit, we can at least get something back to for the water department. Yeah.
And I guess just in the future, just give us a small survey of what the neighboring cities are doing regarding that issue.
Definitely.
McAllen
Yeah,
Mission.
and actually, I have a spreadsheet already done with
Okay.
what they're charging for deposit, reconnection fees and stuff, and we're really among one of the lowest. So that's really one of the reasons behind. We just kind of want to be a part where we need to be.
Never updated the numbers.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
I think we should have something like already established, because number one, you cannot charge a new tenant for something that they didn't use. That's
Sure. Yes.
That's a must, and it's always brought up when
Yeah,
you.
no, it is. It actually,
Yes, so
they'll
I
let
think
you know.
that should
Yeah,
stay out of the equation, in my opinion.
Definitely.
Ms. Garcia, I mean, this is just, again, me. I don't know what you
Well,
think.
it's kind of hard, Commissioner Barrera, to put the burden, I mean, you're a new tenant, you're coming in, there's a balance of that existing apartment.
Yes, and then number
Yeah.
two, we have to be responsible as a city and your department, the water department, because if you know that this tenant is not paying for 1 month, and yes, of course, we want to help everybody, right?
Yes,
The
definitely.
second month,
Yes.
and then the third month.
Well, we
And
shouldn't,
how you come up with bills that are 800 or 2,000 or 3,000, that's a problem on the city, in my opinion.
definitely, no, and you're right, Mr. Commissioner, but actually, we don't let it, our goal is, let me see, go correct myself. Our goal is not to let it pass 2 months on an apartment tenant, sir.
Yes.
And the reason behind that, because it's
And
really
it's
hard
worse.
to go find you again, at a residential house, well, you're there, you know where I can go and, I can send the meter reader out to leave a notice. I can go out personally and have a conversation with you and visit with you, but definitely, yes.
And so we don't have anything right now, like it's established?
No, sir,
No?
no,
Okay,
So
that's,
we can expect to get an updated ordinance in the future?
yes.
And
By
the
the next meeting, we should have the first reading on
Yes,
this
it has to go
topic.
through the process, the first reading and everything, definitely.
great.
Yes.
I guess the last thing that I would ask on that is that if you could stress that into your department and everybody, so that everybody can be accountable for the accounts, and be proactive in watching a lot of these accounts, and making sure that we're not allowing some of these expenses to get extremely high to where it's very difficult for somebody to come up, with the funds to pay.
No, definitely, sir, definitely, yes.
Okay,
Any questions?
nothing further.
No? All right, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
I should be able to establish a process to, not to have the burden on the new tenant or the landlord.
Right.
You just have to stay constant on it.
Yeah, it's a matter of accountability and making sure that we're monitoring all of these accounts. And I don't know if there's a system that the city has or not, but I would think that if you're paying $40, $50 a month on water, and then suddenly you have a bill of $300, $400, I don't know if the system can pop and give you a red flag that something's going on. Anyway, moving forward,
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
So we are looking at citations that are pending in our department, the municipal court. It's come to my attention that InCode, which is a program that we use to keep a track of all the citations that have come in, this was established in 2004 for the city. So for the past 20 years, there are over 160-some thousand citations pending. Ideally, what happens is, for example, from October 2023 to July 2024, a number of 2,154 new cases were filed. And this is any kind of violation citations. And up to now, 1,310 of those citations have been closed. 825 arrest warrants have been issued. And as of now, we've collected over $210,000. Out of those 210,000, 138 were kept to the city and 71,000 was remitted to the state. So we've looked at the past 3 years. Back in 2022, October to September 2023, there was a total of 183,000 open cases, 2,476 new cases, and 1,485 cases that were closed. In 2022 to 2023, $262,000 were collected, 170 was kept here in the city, and 91,000 was remanded to the state. The 2021 to 2022, the amount of money collected was 422,000. 301,000 was kept in the city and 121 was remitted to the state. The differences here is, I think that in 2021, there was a little bit over 1,000 new cases filed than the 2022-2023 year. And as far as 2023-2024, there was only 2,154 cases that were issued, or citations that were issued. So there's a discrepancy of over 1,000 citations from 2 years ago to now.
Oh. And, but This is, obviously, we're talking about traffic citations and any Class C citations that might end up in municipal court.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
So
And-
in an ideal world, the number of citations that we get would be ideal to close the numbers that we get. So in other words, in January of 2025, if we get 300 cases, the idea is to close those 300 cases. However, a lot of people don't respond to our letters, a lot of people don't show up, so we have to issue warrants. The thing with warrants is, at this point in time, they're not being very helpful because they're not being picked up. In other words, if people have citations and they're Class C warrants, they're not being taken to the jail. And that's how we can make money, is now with the new building, in the new safety building, my understanding that there is 3 cells there. So if we can have the city PD pick up all these individuals when they're doing a stop and take them to our cells and keep them there, and the only way that they can come out is if they pay with a money order, then we can recuperate a lot of money that's been lost. So this bite has no teeth if we can't arrest these people. And that's the problem that we have right now. Other solutions that we've spoken about is doing the amnesty program, doing the night court, and last resource is maybe even doing a roundup. If we can round up these individuals, again, we need the space. So if we can round up these individuals, I think that we can incorporate a lot more money for the city by doing all this. The only thing that I'm stumped up with as of right now that we're thinking of is how do we reduce these 166,000 cases that are pending, that are very old, over 20 years old and now. One of the things is that we might have to dismiss the oldest ones, all the older ones, so that we can just close them out and move on. I mean, cut our losses, close those out, move on, and start fresh from whatever we have.
Well, one of the issues that you're gonna start having with those cases is they're gonna start claiming violations of the speedy trial, and they're gonna end up getting dismissed anyway. So I would encourage that you try to work as much as you can in trying to close a lot of these cases, and the cases that are not subject to being challenged, obviously try to be proactive and sending letters, working with our chief of police and also with your bailiff. Maybe your bailiff can have a few hours to go knock on some doors, perhaps not be as aggressive as to pick them up, but hey, say, hey, we're looking for you. We have a new judge here. He wants to work with the community, but at the same time, he wants for you to come over and talk about the issues that you have pending in municipal court.
Right. I think that if we start from the newest cases back and knocking on doors, I think that that might be something that we can accomplish. But I have to get with Ms. Marty Garcia and see where we don't bend the rules and see how far we can get with knocking on doors and, having these people show up.
Right.
Part of the problem is that they're not showing up at all.
Yeah, well, this is something, obviously, for you and for your department to try to come up with solutions, but I want to clarify something that this commission expects for every single department, including the municipal court, to be proactive and to try to be as efficient as they can and effective as well, so that every department can be moving forward. And I appreciate that you're here today giving us this report, and obviously we're going to be expecting that once a month during our regular meetings, you as the judge of municipal court come over and try to bring us the numbers so that we can be keeping checks and monitoring these numbers, because this is also a department that must be supervised as well, so that we don't end up with this problem.
Right. The other thing that our office is looking into are the grants and any kind of help that we can get. That way, I don't know if in our space we can maybe build another cell or two and start bringing more people in, hold them and not let them go until they pay either the warrant or pay the ticket. Or my understanding is that the warrant, which is $331, most of it does stay with the city. So we might just have them pay the warrant and dismiss on the other violations, which most of it goes to the state anyways. So that's something that we need to sit down and speak to Ms. Garcia and see what we can work out with that.
Okay, I have a question, sir. You used the term amnesty a little while ago, and one of your amnesty means just forgiving them for any consequences for them not paying, right? It doesn't
Right.
mean actually forgiving them from the actual offense.
Right. So the amnesty program would allow them to come in and not be held responsible for the warrant. We'd lift the warrant and just have them pay the citation. But if they come in voluntarily, I mean, we'll work something out where we try to keep more money for the city. That's the ultimate goal at the end of the day, so.
The warrant is based on the failure to appear, so that's what you're actually paying for, is not appearing.
Judge Garza, thank you so much for being here and being accountable for your work. And I think this is one of the first times that a municipal judge is here presenting. I really appreciate that. And I honestly like the idea of maybe we can, after reviewing it, we can discuss it a little bit more into depth. But I do like it because we can start fresh.
Right.
But the only problem, let's say that we go after all those citations, right? And then we change some of the laws to fine them. Well, in this case, it wouldn't be fair for them because they did whatever, they have their citation way from before, and now with these new rules, it's gonna apply to them. I don't think it's fair for them as well. So if we just start fresh, well, now everybody knows that there are new rules and everybody will have to follow them. And that's why this commission, or with your suggestions, we decided to just forget about them and start fresh, because if not, it's gonna be just a chaos.
Right.
Because they're gonna claim that, hey, well, that rule was not there when it happened to me.
Right.
Does it make sense? So I honestly will love to see some good approach on this one and start fresh. The sooner the better, and have new policies, but enforce them, because that's the problem. When you don't enforce them for any reasons, you want to call them political or whatever, that's not the role of your job here.
Well, one of the things that I was thinking about was maybe, and I don't know again if this is crossing a line, is maybe whenever people come in to request permits or pay anything, there's a warrant, we can have them either pay something before they get permits or work with them on a payment plan. A lot of people come in, they get payment plans, at least they're taking care of being responsible for their citations. So, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of ways to work around it. We just don't want to cross any gray lines there. So we're be careful with what we want to do. And we'll get together with Ms. Garcia and see what it is that we can accomplish by maybe making some different suggestions.
And maybe like with a collaboration with the police, with Mr. Noe. Mr. Noe, what do you think about this? What is the situation and how can we solve it? Any ideas based on what you're
Privacy issue, we have to get with legal on that one. And on the Class Cs, the jail is not taking Class Cs. That's why we're not enforcing the Class Cs. They'll take anything Class Bs and up. We will have a jail that we're in policy, probably going to get with the city attorney, make sure we got it right, because we can only hold them for a certain amount of time. But if we were to tow a vehicle and, you have to go to the municipal jail, people will get that right quick that, it's going to cost you $250 to pick up the vehicle, and you're going to have to pay your fine. So we go over something with the judge and kind of get that to go. And we do have a warrants officer that is attached to the judge's office, so we can work something out with it. But that's the reason why we're having some issues with the Class C misdemeanors, because they're not going to take them at the county.
And I think that all of this issue came about when COVID happened, that the jail said, you know what, if you have a Class C, we're not going to detain you, we're not going to arrest you. And obviously that was temporary, but that was just a suspension that there was, and they didn't go back to enforcing the Class C warrants, which
Chief,
they
is
should.
there a way to cross-reference whether the warrants are in your system of those old cases back 20 years ago? Or re-inputting them? Is there a way to check on that?
I'm sure that there is, but I don't know if you guys have access to the old system or not.
And I
It
think
was changed a few
witnesses and statute of limitations, there's a whole slew of issues, so
Right.
we'll get
If
together.
they didn't pay in 20 years, they're not going to pay now.
I know there's a way to go there for their driver licenses, and you just don't get that much of the fine back with that.
I think it's going to take some collaboration between legal, yourself, chief of police, and obviously Judge Garza to find that where's the timing most appropriate to try to collect and say, okay, from 20-some, 2017, 2015, that's the cutoff point, because a case that's gonna be too old, you're not gonna be able to prosecute it, so perhaps Ms. Garcia can give you guidance on that and say, you know what, I think this is a good cutoff point, and whatever we have pending, we'll move from there on forward, and we'll take our losses.
There might be a 4-year statute of limitations on collections, so we need to look into that.
And I found Amnesty usually works around the holidays. People are home and don't want to.
And the government and the city receive a lot of help from COVID money, so let's just keep in mind that COVID ended, let's say, 2022. So from 2023 and now, we can do something.
Yeah.
We'll look into it.
That's a good.
And just to stress one final point, was that municipal court at some point was making over $1 million, and I think that at this point, it's making like 200,000?
200, around 250.
Something like that,
Yeah.
Last 2 years, correct?
right?
The last 2 years.
Yeah, several years that it's been, the numbers have been declining.
Yeah.
Meaning we haven't been enforcing, or actually perhaps enforcing the traffic laws, but not really, there's no consequence to that. Anyway,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
It is obvious that the municipal court was not doing what they were supposed to with the previous administration.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Very obvious. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission.
Good afternoon.
My report is on your package, and I have some little survey for Los Treviños area.
Good, sir.
If you have any questions,
And when you're talking about a survey, this is a survey of the lighting issue, right?
yes, sir. It's gonna be, well, you have 3 pages there in front of you. The first ones are the 17 that they're already approved. Their AP just received the check for the 21,000, and they're they're ready to be installed. And there's the second page, which is gonna be another 17 lights in Los Treviños area as well. And then the third page, it's another 16 lights. In a total, it's gonna be about like 50 lights in Los Treviños area, so.
Okay, that's good. And obviously, just so that the community know, is when we're talking about a survey, you're talking really about going from neighborhood to neighborhood and trying to look out where lights have gone on, or where there's a new light needed.
No, these are all new.
These are gonna be the new ones.
All new, yes.
There's no light.
The ones that we get from citizens that they already have a pole and a light, those, we take care of those.
Okay. Oh, so this is gonna be just new installations?
New installations, yes. Some of them are without a pole. Those are gonna be with a cost, but we're waiting for that quote on that from AP.
On some of these, just so you know, there's a pole already, but with no light. And then some others, there's no pole and no light. So on these ones, I had the opportunity to go with Mr. Barrera, and thank you so much for taking me and showing me the need of these. So I went with him and I experienced it myself, being on the complete dark. Some streets, like if I'm not mistaken, it was in Los Treviños, it was in the Houston, and the Irving Street. Irving Street was a completely dark street that I don't know why it was never brought to the attention of the commission, but I'm glad that now it is, and those neighborhoods will have some light, and not only for security purposes, but also for we need to have again our infrastructure ready. We need light everywhere.
As you can see on all of the red dots, it's gonna be, you can count on all of the 3 pages, there will be 50 illumination lights.
Okay.
LED.
Thank you, sir.
Remember, I also mentioned to you that there was this company that approached us and they were saying that they have some illumination projects available to help the cities communicate with AP, some providers, cities, and they do pretty much all the work for free, and but they can also give you a better rate on new contracts for the future. So if, let's say, for example, our contract right now, they supposedly they can bring it down, plus this service will be given for free, and that way you don't have to worry about it anymore. They'll just bring you this report and say, hey, Mr. Barrera, do you know, we found these and we already made the calls. They're gonna come and do the supervision. We already got the supervision. This is the estimated cost for you. They'll put everything ready for you. So hopefully this lighting program is soon here in our city, but we'll see if it benefits our city with the rates and whatever they can offer. Supposedly they're coming in a few months, and I hope they have a good presentation and you can like it.
Okay, I'll be happy to talk to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One more thing. Mr. Barrera, last regular meeting, we had identified several streets that needed pinstriping. Were you able to get the quotes on
Yes,
those?
I got 2 quotes on those. I'll hand them to Mr. Milan.
Okay.
One of them, it's thermoplastic, but the other company won't do the thermoplastic because they need like a special equipment.
Okay.
And thermoplastic, of course, it lasts longer, so.
And that would be on Trophy and...
That's gonna be Trophy. I got another quote for Roque Guerra on Fairgrounds.
Okay. And it's mainly where the school...
The school zone.
School zones, yes. Yes.
Okay.
They make the crosswalks and the
Stripes.
the stripes. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Solis?
We have Ms. Volz also to present.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good
We're just finishing up our summer reading program, and our Fun Friday programs. We had the last programs, we had the Rio City Police Department, the Rio City Fire Department, and the Kelsey Bass Museum. And Ms. Kathy Rubio helped us out when Smokey the Bear was out fighting fires in California, and she was our official representative. So we had a very nice program there. We have our youth programs will continue throughout August and September. Of course, we'll have game times, movie times, and other events. We have our, for the adult programs, we're having small business owners. We are getting together with UTRGV, Small Business Development Center, the EDC Industrial Foundation, and we will have a seminar here at the City Hall Chambers on the 20th from 10 to 12, and it'll be on Customer Service Plus. We also just finished up a program with Texas A&M Health on diabetes. We had several participants there. And we had over 2,000 visitors to the public library, so we're appreciative of the community support and of your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Mayor, I believe this concludes our presentation for departmental reports.
We don't have anybody from Main Street or Tourism Department?
No, sir. I'm here. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Hidden by the podium.
Mayor, Commission, so our Main Street program is actually under our EDC. We're working with our Main Street coordinator because she will be leaving on maternity leave, so we'll be taking over some of her duties, but we have a market day scheduled for next month, and we start our fall and winter festivities as well. We're also anticipating a visit from the Main Street Association. They want to come and visit Rio Grande City, so that's also being scheduled for next month.
Okay.
And as far as tourism, we're working on the Grito en el Kiosco to celebrate 16 de septiembre at the kiosk. We work with the museum and Main Street, and we have vendors out there like music, performances from the school, mariachi. So,
Okay. Ms. Hernandez?
yes.
On the, this is just an idea, but for those like market days, I know they're very good and a lot of people come, but is there a possibility that maybe, let's just say with the hearing the presentation of the Border Patrol, whenever they decide to do their cook-off event, I'm pretty sure they're gonna go all out. And there are gonna be a lot of people when federal agencies like those do something, a lot of community involvement occurs. So is there a possibility that the market day for close to that date can be incorporated into the same day for that cook-off, and that way everything can be done in one place and make it as big as possible?
The purpose of the Main Street is to host events in our downtown district. So we like to have it at the Kiosco because that's pretty much our venue there. We've participated in other events, but once we take it outside of the district, it doesn't count for us for the points for the Main Street, because we're part of the Main Street Association. They want to know what we're doing in our actual downtown.
When those kind of events then occur, does these Main Street and tourism,
The tourism
the
can
whole city
definitely,
goes?
yeah, the tourism department can definitely participate and assist, so can the museum. We don't have any boundaries as to where anywhere Rio Grande that is a tourist destination is an area where we can participate.
Okay, because in Freedom Fest, I noticed most of the directors were there.
Yes.
Participating, so maybe we can just try to have as many as we can on other big events as well.
Yes, and I know we had a coordination meeting not too long ago with IBC. They're actually organizing a 5K.
Yes.
Also in the month of September. So we'll start to see a lot of events emerging. For us, for the tourism, it's great for other agencies to come and do events for the city, and we try to get our staff there. Usually through these coordination meetings, we're able to identify if we need police department, fire department, who is a personnel that we need on the scene. And
With that 5K, I think it was Mr. Martinez from IBC, I believe, and I mentioned that maybe we can also have like a 2K for kids. So I don't know if you can encourage them to have it. Let's have something for them. And I mean, it's never been done. Maybe we can have something good. And working with IBC, I mean, a bank that is a local bank. So
yes,
maybe
and we were
maybe
surprised to learn that they'll be using both parks. They want to use the Basilio Park and the Ringgold Park. We're trying to see how they're going to get a 5K in that area, but we're gonna work with them, close some streets. I know PD, fire will be there just in case anyone needs any services. So we are looking forward to that event, and as I mentioned, once the holidays come around, we tend to have lots of events, community events, and some that the city leads as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think that concludes, right, the reports. Moving to item number 2, the consent agenda. A, approval of minutes from previous meetings. Sub A, City Commission special meeting held on Tuesday, July 16, 2024. And B, approval of action taken at the meeting of the RGC-EDC board meeting held on Tuesday, July 16, 2024.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve items 2A and 2B, subject to any discussion.
Does anybody second that?
I second the motion.
Any discussion? Having no discussion, the item is up for vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We move to the consent agenda 2B, departmental travel requests.
I move that we approve item 2B.
Does anybody second the motion?
I second.
Motion has been second. Any discussion on this matter? We go to, there's a section for a conference.
Mayor and Commission, this is an annual conference held by TML, and it will be hosted in Houston. So this will be in the early part of October.
Who's going to be participating in this?
Commission and our interim city manager.
Okay.
And it's open
Oh, the whole
for,
commission? We're going to be out there?
yes.
What about Mr. Lionel?
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, it's going to be open for the city commission and our city manager and any directors that are going to be available for that.
Okay. Is there any other expense on this, ma'am?
No, that's the only travel. It's only for the hotel and the workshop itself.
Okay, before, of course, you make the reservations, maybe, when do you have to make those reservations?
I have until the end of the month.
Okay, so it's maybe, I don't know if all of us will go, just
Yes, no, I will for sure get the
Thank you.
availability before.
that way we don't pay, and then what if,
We don't end up going.
yes.
Okay. All right, any further discussion in this matter? Having no further discussion, the item is up for vote. All of those in favor to approve it, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. That concludes item 2, the consent agenda. We move to item number 3, which is going to be a presentation by Linebarger. And I think that we have Mr. Jimmy Gonzalez present.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, sir.
For the record, Jimmy Gonzalez with Linebarger. I'm the attorney for your delinquent tax collections for Rio Grande City. I'm reporting today on October 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Taxes, which is basically 3/4 of the fiscal year. And my main goal for coming today is the first time I'm before Mayor Falcon and Mr. Barrera and Mr. Barrera. So I want to introduce myself, introduce my team and my firm to let you know the good work and the hard work we're doing for Rio Grande City. So if I can begin with that, I'm going to start with a little bit of our background and what we do as an informative before I go into what our collections report is. I don't know if it scrolls up or... Oh, there you go. Thank you. So what you're on the screen right now are four local attorneys in our Edinburgh office. To the left is Mr. Michael Cano. He handles our tax sales section and complex litigation. The managing partner, Ms. Lucy Canales, she also does the day-to-day operations of the Edinburgh and Brownsville offices, as well as complex litigation. Ms. Kelly Salazar handles our collections department and complex litigation, and myself, I handle the litigation section for the Edinburgh office and complex litigation, and I am your lead attorney for here for Starr County and also Zapata also. I want to stress that these four attorneys that you're seeing on the board work on the Rio Grande City accounts pretty much every day. We're a collective group and we work everything we can to identify the accounts in collections and in litigations. Behind us there, in the real backbone of our team, are 14 individuals that every day work on the Rio Grande City account. From collections to telephone calls to property visits through litigation. I have with me today Felipe Gomez. He's our area manager or head for this Rio Grande City account. And he is officed with the generosity of Laura Garcia, the Rio Grande City ISD tax assessor. We have an office there where he's able to meet with Rio Grande City taxpayers on a daily basis. We have another individual, Jennifer Garza, who with the generosity of Ameida Salinas, the Starr County TAC, we have an office there that she's also able to meet with your taxpayers on a daily basis. Besides that, I'm proud to say we're the only law firm that has valley-wide representation. We have offices and payment locations in Zapata, Starr, Hidalgo, Cameron, and Willacy counties, 2 main offices in Edinburgh and Brownsville, and 8 valley-wide payment locations, 2 in Rio Grande City, 1 at the Rio Grande City Gruya ISD tax office, 1 at the Starr County tax office. We have an office to meet with clients in Roma ISD, 1 in Zapata, 1 in McAllen, 1 in Mission, 1 in Edinburgh, and 1 in Brownsville. So wherever your taxpayers are, anywhere in the valley, they're able to meet and talk with individuals from Linebarger to discuss their accounts. If Mr. Gomez and Ms. Garza are not available here in our local office, we also have 44 local bilingual professionals in Edinburgh that are able to take up calls and make phone calls to assist your taxpayers. Next slide, please. Now, what is our collection process? This is a general view of what we do. any given year, month, we receive data from the taxing entities, the tax office, regarding your DTR. That's your delinquent tax roll that identifies the accounts that are in delinquency. We get that data and we identify them in many different varieties, not just high dollar down. We look at the different properties, whether they're commercial, business personal property accounts for inventory, for example, whether they're homesteads, the amount of money it's owed, how many record owners have multiple properties, when's the last time they paid, how many years since they last paid. After you identify that, identify the record owners, we begin our mailings. During this past 9 months, we had 3 mailings that hit every delinquent account that we're able to by law during this past year. We also have 2 additional mailings, notification mailings, that if taxes aren't paid by a certain time, attorney fees will attach. Once that happens, we continue with our research. And I'll get into all this a little bit later in the other slides or more in detail. We do research where we have skip tracing systems where we are able to look at record owners, we get return mail, nobody's responding. Okay, well, can we find out who their spouses are? Can we find out who relatives are? And we have individuals that try to make contact. That contact box is basically the most important part of this entire collection process. Your taxpayers know they have to pay. Everybody knows they have to pay their taxes. They just need to come in and get away from the stigma that we're going to take their property away. We're going to, hit them with a hammer over the head. No, that's not our point. Our point is to make contact. We stress compassionate collections. We want to meet with your taxpayers, begin payment plans. And that's what our main goal is. When all that fails, we go on to the next step, litigation. The last thing, there's litigation, and we file a lawsuit. We go into a district court here in Stark County. Even after we do that, they get served with citation. We still want to set up a payment plan. That's our main goal. Litigation doesn't work, there's no contact, we take judgment. The final step is foreclosure of the property. I'm proud to say that even after we take judgment, we still work with the taxpayers, so try to do what we can before foreclosure. Since I've been running this account for the last 5 years, and Mr. Cano, the tax sales manager that I seen the slide before, has been handing out for the past 7 or 8 years, we have not sold one homestead designated account. We try to work with those individuals. We target accounts that are abandoned, vacant, commercial, accounts where families aren't displaced, because that's not our goal. Our goal is to bring people in and collect, because people know they have to do that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So kind of pull the curtain back a little bit on our tax roll analysis and how we look at things. This shows, as of July 2024, Rio Grande City, your delinquent tax roll. On the bottom there in green, you can see the number of accounts that are right now in delinquency. There's 3,600 or so. Total accounts right there are roughly, it says 1.9 million there, but the amount is roughly, the total there is roughly 2.6 million. That's a typo, I apologize for that. So there's roughly $2.69 million that are in the pot where I'm able to collect from. Now that's not exactly true, which is why I wanted to bring this up to you, because I get this question asked a lot. On that first section where it says deferral, bad address, and bankruptcy, by law, I cannot attack those deferral accounts. I cannot put them in litigation. I cannot make collection calls. Deferral accounts are those accounts identified or approved by the appraisal district that are over 65, that are veteran accounts, that are disabled accounts, or that are law enforcement accounts. If they're designated by the appraisal district, law says I cannot attack them. So right there, that $370,000 that are in there are not able to be touched, but it doesn't end for us there. We still work hand in hand with the appraisal district as we're doing our evaluations and our skip tracing. If someone has sold that property, if someone is deceased that was over 65, the law says that after 180 days, we're able to initiate collection process, so we're doing that. Bankruptcy, there's 18 accounts in bankruptcy, totaling 18,000. By the tax code again, I cannot attack those accounts. We routinely check those accounts to see if the bankruptcy has been closed so we can add them to our collection rolls. Those bad addresses are accounts that record owners have their addresses at the appraisal district and the tax office. We send them letters, they get bounced back. We try to make contact. there's no contact able to be made. So it's difficult for us even to file lawsuits. Those 262, we're working on a daily basis to identify where they belong. Are they deferrals? Are they homestead accounts? So that is a process we're currently working with every day. That bottom ledger, or that bottom section are the accounts that we actively are pursuing. As you can see, accounts that are less than $300, there's about $174,000 in base tax due for those. Those, of course, we attack differently than other cases. If they owe less than $300, those are very small amounts. We're not going to file litigation on those accounts. To file a lawsuit and citation, it's at least $600, so we're not going to do that. So those we target with telephone calls and letters. We currently have 698 accounts in suit, totaling around $847,000. Those accounts I'm currently in district court, and a range of things are happening. I mean, a gamut of, we set up payment plans. I'm waiting for title research to come back to determine I have the right property descriptions, the right owners, things like that, but we're currently in litigation trying to resolve those. Homestead accounts, 595 accounts are in homestead. Those are the accounts that we really try to work on. Try to bring them in, make payment plans. No one wants to displace any families. So we're working actively with Knock and Talk. I have another individual with me here, George Salinas. He helps us out in this area. He gets lists. We give him lists to go out and look and actually knock on doors and say, I just want to make communication with you. This is what's owed. Call our office. Let's see what we can do. That's all we're trying to do with those. Clear accounts are accounts that are not under $300, not in suit, and not homestead. So that's a big group. Those could be mineral, business, personal property accounts, commercial lots. We're actively trying to work with them too to come in and make payments. Next slide, please. So what do? We mail statements, I mentioned before, over 3,700 during this last 9 months. Telephone calls, payoff requests that have come in, people have paid. We've filed 23 lawsuits, disposed of 28 through full payments, and we've taken 30 judgments. Next slide, please. So what's our collections comparisons from this 9-month period to the 9-month period from last year? As you can see, very consistent. The bottom dark blue shows the base tax that was collected, more than last year. The light blue shows the penalty and interest collected. All this money goes to the city of Rio Grande. I want to make it very clear that I get asked this question a lot also is, well, what does the city pay Linebarger for their collections? We're not like other services where there's a payments done. All the mailings, all the calls, all the collections we do, the litigation, Rio Grande City pays zero money to us. We collect 15% out of the collections we take from the delinquent accounts, delinquent taxpayers. And that's where we get paid. So the better that the city does, the better that Linebarger does and my office does. So as you can see, there's a difference roughly around $690 from last year to this year. But with 3 months to go in the fiscal year, I'm very confident we can hit and exceed last year's collection numbers. So being this is a new board, I wanted to go pull the curtain a little bit back and show what we've been doing the last 5 years or so. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is what we've done the last 5 years. So you can see it's been very consistent. Roughly around $340,000 we've been collecting for the city the last 5 years. There was that dip in 2019, 2020 of 271. These are 4 years, by the way. That was that COVID year where we stopped mailing out. We of course, everybody thought it prudent not to ask for collections when everybody was going through such hard times. So there was no mailings going out, phone calls. Supreme Court said we couldn't file new lawsuits, so that accounts for that dip in that year. The following year at 347 was that high year. That year, the federal government issued 2 stimulus packages that year that people came in and they paid. The following year at 340, there was another federal program called the American Recovery Plan that homeowners were allowed to apply for, where they got their taxes paid off, and the city and the county did a very good job of informing your taxpayers. So there's that bump. Last year, 22 to 23, that was the first year where there was no stimulus packages available or any federal programs, so it normalized the 336. As I said, I'm very confident with 3 months to go, I can hit that number and exceed it, and that's our goal for any given year, is to try to exceed not what the city budgets for us, but what against ourselves, and see what we can do better. And that's all. That's pretty much a nutshell of what we do. I'll be happy to take any questions. I know there's a lot of information.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. From me, Mr. Gonzalez, I think that we've known each other for some time. We've
Yes,
had
sir.
many cases together, so I'm very familiar with the process. I don't know if the other commissioners have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you so
Gonzalez,
much.
for
Thank you
being
for your
here
time.
today.
Very informative. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and anytime you want any information, I'll be happy to work with you. I wanted to mention also that I'm going to meet with the judge and his staff this week. Linebarger also handles the delinquent citations for the city, so I'll be meeting with him to see what we can do to assist and be proactive as the commission likes, so that we can assist any way we can and bring those numbers up.
That'd be great,
Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez. I'm sure that you were here present for the discussion that we had regarding the delinquent citations that we had, and it's a big number that we have. We're trying to address it. We're trying to find the best ways to make sure that we accommodate the city as well as the citizens. But it's a plan that's going to require, obviously, collaboration between yourself, the municipal judge, our legal department, and our chief of police as well. But thank you so much.
In our skip tracing system, we can find those people that they moved or moved different areas, find better addresses, new addresses, send them letters. But anything I can do to help, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the presentation for item 3A. Moving forward to the presentation of 3B, presentation and discussion related to the City of Rio Grande City proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Good afternoon, Mayor Commissioners.
Good afternoon, sir.
We've come to that time of year again where we plan for the next fiscal year. We've had two very productive budget workshops with the commission, with the new commission. A lot of things got resolved for this upcoming year. My presentation here just pretty much is going to highlight the major things that are going to happen for this upcoming fiscal year. The city consists of four major funds, which is the general fund, the PUD department, EDC, and the debt service fund. Together, all those four funds accumulate a little bit over 20 million. 10 million of those go into the general fund, so that's where most of the work is done in the general fund. Water department consists of 7 million. Those are the two major departments that we have, the EDC and debt service. Debt service basically just pays off all the debt the city has for the year. We transfer the money in there. Some of the major things that are upcoming for this fiscal year, as far as revenues, are property taxes. They're going to increase in revenues by 273,785. That's if the proposed tax rate is accepted today. We're going to discuss that later on today in the meeting. There's a 5% increase in sales tax. We're always very conservative in budgeting revenues. We normally do 5 to 7% every year. We're seeing close to a 5% increase this year compared to last year. I think a 5% increase this year is not something that we can hit for the following year. It's been the trend where we're normally between 5 and 9% increase every year in revenues for sales taxes. Another one of the interest revenues is also going to increase next year. Well, we budgeted an increase for that. Interest rates are high. They don't look to be coming down anytime soon. We have money in the bank in our savings account that are generating interest. This year alone, they're generated over 400,000. So last year we budgeted only 135,000, so we're increasing that by 200,000 this year. Another increase in revenues that we should be seeing this year is, like the judge mentioned earlier today, fines. I think working together with the judge and the PD department, I think we should be able to see a minimum of 50,000 increase in fines this year. The last 2 years have been very, very low compared to the previous 2 years. They went down substantially, over 100,000 each year compared to the previous year before that. So I don't think 50,000 is going to be any problem with this upcoming year.
And when you say 100,000, that was for 2020, 2022 and 2023?
2023 and 24 and 22 and 23 have hit $100,000 less than 21, 22 and 2021. As far as expenses, some of the things that the commission really wants to work on and emphasize this year is bringing up the minimum wage of all the city employees up to $12.50. 43 employees are going to benefit off of that. Some of our employees are still making $9.50. I think was the one that was making less. So they're going to see a good increase this upcoming year. That's going to cost the city $125,000. But that's going to be benefit 43 employees, so it's going to be something good. No other department's going to see an increase aside from that minimum wage increase. Health insurance went up drastically this year. It's been the highest it's gone before in the last couple of years. We have never seen that type of an increase. It's $113,000 more for the city. Commission wants to absorb that, cover 100% for the employees, and also look for a buy-up. So the health insurance provider is supposed to come back to us and provide us a buy-up insurance for any employee that care to do a buy-up and get better benefits under health insurance. We're also budgeted for 2 new positions, which is a custodian and mechanic. I think mechanic is going to be very crucial because it should help us bring down our maintenance and repairs for vehicles, which has gone off the roof in the last couple of years. So hopefully we should be seeing a savings there. We're also going to budget close to $50,000 in city infrastructure network. I think that's something the IT is requesting for our software. We want to make sure that we keep all that up to date. We don't want to go down with anything in the infrastructure as far as networks. There's also a cost of living incentive for employees that's going to normally be handed off in the past. Commission wants to continue with that trend. That's going to cost the city across close to $75,000. And this year we're also adding $75,000 to a capital improvement fund. It's a fund that we've been working to get over the last couple of years, and that fund should help every department buy their necessary equipment, not necessarily buy it all at once, but we're going to implement $75,000 every year, and hopefully we can either finance and buy equipment for the different departments, whatever department that is needed. We don't have to buy everything up at once or go out for COs in the future. Hopefully we can build that up and get those equipment for the employees off of there. Aside from those, there's nothing major going on in the budget. Those are the major things that take effect into it. I don't know if anybody's got any questions.
Anybody got any questions regarding the budget? I think that we have addressed the majority of the things in the workshops, but one of the major things was obviously the minimum wage that we raised for all of the employees, and obviously that's the idea behind this commission. We want to assist every single city employee, and as you mentioned, one of the highest things that changed was the health insurance. Even though there's different plans that can be offered where employees pitch in part of the money for their health insurance, I believe that the decision is going to be made, or has been made, that the city is going to absorb that full expense so that the employees are not disturbed, so that they don't have to account for that additional expense. That way the city can provide the health insurance as it had been provided in the past.
Correct. One of the reasons it goes up is because of the claims, but that's a good thing. I mean, that's what the insurance is for. Employees, nobody wants to be using insurance unless they really need it, but it's there for anybody's use, and it's a great insurance. I think it's got great benefits for all the employees. And like I said, the claims last year were a little bit higher than the previous years, but hopefully everybody got their health taken care of.
Yes, sir. Any further questions?
Congratulations to those 43 employees that will be getting at least a significant raise. We tried our best to be in compliance with our fund balance and not to overspend, but we tried as much as we could during those workshop meetings, and here are the results. On our first meeting, I remember on the public forum, one employee was speaking that they deserve a little bit more. We took it very seriously, and here are the results. Like the mayor said, behind closed doors, this commission, it's honestly all about the citizens of Rio Grande. So congrats to them, and there's more things that are coming. Hopefully we can do more in the future, but we also need to keep our finances in a very healthy position, and that's what we did. And I just want to say congrats to those 43 employees, and thank you. Thank everybody for bringing that up, and it also was one of the Mr. Roger Olivares' decisions to come up with that committee, listen to them, and here you have the results.
Well, their voices were heard, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be very appreciative.
Right. And just, this item was considered during one of the committees that was prepared, and the members of the committee, I believe it was Commissioner Barrera, Commissioner Olivares, and who else?
Mr. Cantu,
And
Mr. Milan.
Mr. Cantu and Mr. Milan, and obviously what they did was they sat down, they looked at the finances, and they were trying to come up with the best solution to try to get what was fair to the employees, but at the same time not to create an expense that was not going to be manageable for the city. But I think that they've reached a good compromise where this 43 employees are going to benefit from the results of this commission. So thank you so much for
These are the
everybody.
lowest paid 43 employees, so we figured that that's where we needed to start. And this, Mr. Barrera and I, we call this phase one, because we're gonna hopefully continue this next year and hopefully help some more individuals.
There's also, Mayor, just so you know, we met several times and we listened to them. We listened to their stories, we listened to their directors as well, and we all came up with a good understanding of what was going on, what they needed, and we just pushed as hard as we could. And those of you in the committee, also thank you, and to the whole commission for approving this item. So thank you, Mr. Leonel, you for presenting everything black and white.
Yes, sir.
The way it's supposed to be, and how could we stay in good shape financially.
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got the next item.
Sorry?
I got the next item.
Okay, well, that concludes the item 3B, which was the presentation by Mr. Cantu, the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. We move forward to item 4.
Mary, if I may,
I'm sorry.
It's the next
okay, but this one doesn't need an action.
No, it's presentation.
So moving forward to item 4A, discussion, consideration, and possible action to acknowledge the Starr County Appraisal District certification of the City of Rio Grande City's 2024 tax roll.
Mayor, Commissioners, we received the valuations from the appraisal district back in July. Those numbers, for the values for the 24 fiscal year are $829,709,523. That's a 9.45% increase from the previous year, from 2023, which were at $758,037,302. The 9.45% increase represents $71,672,221 in dollars, of which $20,641,290 are for new improvements.
Okay. All right, so having considered item 4A, do we have a motion to approve this matter?
I move that we accept them as presented.
Okay. Does anybody second the motion?
I second the motion.
Motion has been seconded. Any discussion? Having no further discussion on this matter, the matter is up for a vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now we're moving to item 4B. And this is discussion and possible action to acknowledge a proposed tax rate for tax year 2024 and authorize a public hearing on August 28th of 2024.
Mayor, Commissioners, the school district provides us a calculation worksheet where they provide us a no new revenue tax rate, a voter approval rate, and a de minimis rate. The city is proposing that we adopt the voter approval rate of 0.521090, which is already implemented into our budget. Our no new revenue tax would be 0.491404, and the minimum rate would be 0.549543. That would be the highest that the city could go out for, even if they wanted to go out for a vote. Like I said, the .521090 on the voter approval rate is a slightly decrease from last year's voter approval rate, which was at .527868. Again, this is going to bring 273,000 more in operational revenue for the city if we do adopt the voter approval tax rate. Laura Garcia from the school district is here if you have any questions for her.
On my behalf, I don't have any questions regarding this item. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Mr. Mayor, I move that that we approve the property tax rate, the voter approved tax rate, and that the tax rate be increased by the proposed tax rate of .521090, which is effectively 6.04% increase in the tax rate, with discussion.
Does anybody second the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, having the item been second, it's up for discussion. Anybody have any further discussion?
I do have some comments on this one, and I just want to address the community of Rio Grande City that our tax rate is one of the lowest ones in the whole valley, right, Mr.
Yes, that's correct.
I think we're the fourth or fifth lowest one.
We're the
of
sixth
all.
lowest, but compared to cities like McAllen, Mission, South Padre Island, I mean, aside from them, if you take those out of the picture, we're probably
Yes,
like
of
the
course.
second lowest.
Second lowest.
Okay, and our intentions will never be to raise the taxes at levels that the citizens cannot sustain. And this one, we're just gonna follow the voter approval. But yes, I just wanted to make sure that the community knows that, because some community members don't understand or don't know because they have never been explained what the tax rate is. So the school district charges some taxes for property values, of course, and then you have to pay the county as well, and then the city as well. And only city residents, the ones that live within the city area, those are the ones that get billed for these extra tax rate, right?
That's correct.
So again, our city has been doing a good job in that part, and we are one of the lowest ones. And with that tax rate, this city has been able to grow the way it's been doing it, and it's going to continue because of course, our economic development and all the sales tax that our city has been getting because of the growth. So it's going to continue like that, and we're going to make sure we provide everything that is available for any investors to continue that. But just on that tax rate, we're going to go with the voter approval. So I just wanted to make sure they understand what the three taxes per Starr County residents are and who pays for those.
Correct. The city is not involved in valuations either. Just want to make that clear. That's done by the appraisal district. So if anybody's value did not change at all this year, they will see a slight decrease in the amount of tax that they pay compared to last year. If their values obviously increased, then they're going to be paying more, but that's not because of the tax rate. It'll be because of their values.
Yes. So we just follow, the city just follow orders. Whatever the appraisal district says, that's the tax rate that we're going to implement to the value. That's the money we're going to get, right?
Yes.
We have no say-so on that. We just follow whatever they do. Okay.
Yes.
On that note, Mayor and Commission, I do need a record vote for this item, so I will take that at
That
this
is
moment.
correct.
Mayor Falcon?
Yeah, before we move on, Ms. Solis, any further discussion regarding this item? No. Anybody? Having no? Nothing? Okay. Having no further discussion now, Ms. Solis is going to be moving for the record vote. That
Yes.
means that she's going to be taking each vote's individual. So this item is now up for vote. Ms. Solis?
Okay, Mayor Falcon?
Aye.
Commissioner De Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Del Barrera?
Aye.
Commissioner Roger Olivares?
In favor, aye.
Okay, Commissioner Del Barrera?
Aye.
We do have a
Motion carries with
Motion
unanimous vote. Moving forward to item 4C, discussion, consideration, and possible action to award bid and contract for the RGC Public Safety Subdivision Drainage Improvements to the Creek.
Good afternoon, Mayor Commission. This item is to ratify the action of awarding the bid and the construction contract for the RGC Public Safety Subdivision Drainage Project. So back in April, we received the bids for this project. We had to meet a deadline, and at this point, we're attempting to ratify the action so that we can move forward with the construction of the drainage.
Okay. And this is for the drainage that's going to be needed for the property that's behind the public safety building, correct?
Correct. And our engineers are here if you have any further questions about this project.
Okay. And I think that the only thing that we're pending was, we're still going with the lowest bid, ma'am?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's what we're here to ratify today?
Correct.
So, having that said, ma'am, so now we move to, do I have a motion to consider this item?
I move motion to approve item 4C, the possible action to award the contract to the RGC Public Safety Subdivision Drainage Improvements to the Greek.
Does anybody second the motion?
I second.
Motion has been second. Any further discussion regarding this matter? Questions or concerns?
Just want to thank Ms. Sara Hernandez to work very hard on this one. It was a tricky one. This contract has been given for months. You had some delayed, and after she found out everything that was going on, she approached the commission, and she worked hard and to make it happen, and you know everything that happened behind the scenes on the, to make it happen. And for those engineers, thank you for keeping your word and giving us some time to go over these particular project, the deadlines, and then the meeting that was right after the deadline, and for agreeing to wait just a little bit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, sir.
Yes, I want to follow on that. I know that Ms. Hernandez has been instrumental in securing this matter. We had some back and forth, and finally we figured it out. She was able to get an extension, which we agreed within time, and it was actually a good deal for the city because it was the lowest bidder, and I don't think that anybody was competitive if we had lost that particular bid. But thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that participated in that. Anybody's got any comments, questions, or discussion regarding this matter? Having no further discussion regarding this matter, it's up for a vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward to item 4D, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the proposal for TVs and wall mounts for the public safety building project, 2020.06.
Yes, Mayor and Commission, some work was done by our IT department to get the televisions needed for the public safety building. This was also submitted for the USDA grant for reimbursement. In your packet on page 194 are the pricing that we received from Amazon versus Walmart, and Walmart came in at a slightly lower cost, so we're requesting the approval from the commission to purchase televisions from Walmart.
Is this a local Walmart, or is it like online, or?
This would be online.
Okay, and I see here that there was a difference of approximately $2,000, $2,200.
Yes.
Right?
Who worked in this comparison?
Our IT department, Mr. Eddie Lopez.
Good job, Mr. Lopez.
Does anybody have a motion to approve this?
I move that we approve item 4D as presented.
Okay. Any further discussion or consideration regarding this matter? Having no further discussion or consideration, all of those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I believe you called for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, that is correct. You moved for a second.
No, I made the motion.
You make the motion.
I second.
Second the motion. And I believe that there was a unanimous vote.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
It's been a long.
It's been a long day.
We're good.
Moving forward now to item 4E, discussion, consideration, and possible action, the request for proposals for administrative services, the grant pre-application phase 1 and phase 2, the application and implementation services for Texas Community Development Grant Program for 2025-2026 Community Development Fund, and all eligible activities per the application guidance as administered by the Texas Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Ms. Bass, good
Lengthy.
afternoon. Why don't you tell us what I just said, what is that in a nutshell? So that everybody can.
It is a $750,000 grant.
It's an application for a grant for what, ma'am?
Yes, part of the process, obviously, we need to procure the grant administrator services. And of course, the next item is also related to the same grant. It's for the engineering. I know the wording is lengthy, but it is required by the state. They need to see it that the council did authorize the solicitation of the services. So this is to solicit those services. We'll be putting it on the paper, sending out notices. We should get something back by August 2nd.
And can you tell us what this project is for, ma'am? What kind of a project are we working on?
I'm sorry, September 2nd.
Sorry?
Yes, I said August 2nd. Apologize for that. So we usually use these grants for paving. There are a few grants that are out there for paving. So the streets that were suggested the last time was Rio Street, Grande Street, Cypress, De La Cruz, Retama, Carr, and Guadalupe. These are streets, some of them are without any paving at all, and some of the other streets have very bad shape asphalt. I mean, you can barely see it, so.
Okay. And this grant was for how much, ma'am?
$750,000. This year, the agency is requiring a match, mandatory match, based on our population, which is 15%. So it'll be like $112,500 that we'll have to match.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this matter?
Mr. Lionel.
4E. Do we have a motion on this matter on item 4E?
I move that we approve item 4E with this subject to discussion.
Does anybody second the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, now it's up for discussion and consideration. I believe you were going to comment something?
Yes,
Sorry.
Mr. Lionel, real quick, did we include these?
The match.
Yeah, did we include this one on the budget?
No, but we can still include it in the social presentation today with budget.
Okay, it was $112,000, the amount that.
$112,500.
We have discussed in the workshop that we're going to put it for next year because of when the application is due and when more.
Oh, okay.
We're going to be getting the work.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Okay,
So we're going to budget half.
good, thank you.
Are the chances good of getting this grant?
Very good.
Very good.
Yeah, and I think just as the application says here on the item, it's for 2025, 2026.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it was not budgeted for.
The phase 1 of the application is due this December, and then it moves on to the next round to actually qualify the project itself.
Right, and primarily is to restore and actually, well, not restore, in this case, actually to do some brand new paving on
Some of
the
them are
roads that
brand
you
new,
mentioned, right?
and the other ones will be reconstruction.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's $112,000 for the city, and we'll get $750,000, right?
That is
For
correct.
this. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, considerations, or comments on this matter? Having no further consideration or discussion, the matter is up for a vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Moving forward to item 4F, discussion, consideration, and possible action, the request for qualification statements for engineering services, the grant pre-application phase 1 and phase 2, the application and implementation services for Texas Community Development Grant Program for 2025-2026 Community Development Fund, and all eligible activities for the application guidance as administered by the Texas Department of Agriculture.
Same project, but these are for engineering services. We do require to have a signed and sealed budget from an engineer, so we need to get one on board so they can start helping us with the application.
And this is also for the paving project?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anybody move to approve this item?
I so move, Mayor.
Does anybody second the motion?
Second.
Motion has been second. Any further discussion or consideration? Having no further discussion or consideration, the matter is up for a vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now moving to 4G, discussion, consideration, and possible action to award bid for the department work trucks.
Mayor, if I may, staff recommends items 4G and 4H to be tabled at this point.
Okay. Does anybody have a motion to table this matter?
I move that we table items 4G and 4H as recommended by administration.
Does anybody second the motion?
I second the motion.
Motion has been second, and I think that one of the reasons that we're going to be tabling is because we're going to be trying to reconsider or look at some of the numbers with the expectation to try to see if we can make the award of the bids to the local vendors rather than to send it to somebody outside of the county. Correct? Just to clarify to the rest of the commissioners, that's the reason that this matter is being tabled, to look further into those bids to see if we can actually award the bids to the local vendors rather than to somebody from the outside.
Are we receiving the bids from local vendors?
We already have the bids, but there's some discrepancies there that we want to talk about and reconsider to see if we can leave all the money here, and if not, obviously, we're going to have to.
Mr. Milan, are you talking to the local vendors to see if you can come up with a good agreement?
What we want to make sure is that we compare apples to apples and we get the best value.
The problem is this. The problem is that we got to take a look at the bids, and just as he mentioned that we're comparing the same vehicles, the same models, but with the same characteristics before awarding the bid, because some of the bids from the local contractors or local vendors, I'm sorry, they're higher than some of the other ones, and we just want to actually look at everything specifically to see
truck models and everything.
Because with the numbers that we have, we cannot deviate ourselves from the numbers that they submitted or the numbers that they submitted. So there's only a small percentage that we can consider pursuant to legal.
That's correct.
Our goal is to keep them local, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the main reason that we're tabling this matter, because we're trying to get all the vehicles locally so that all the local vendors can benefit from it, just as we had mentioned in the beginning, but that's why.
It's something that we can discuss in executive session since it is a legal issue, and we can bring it back if you all make a decision today, or we can continue to bring you information. But pursuant to 271-9051 of the Texas Government Code, it does allow the council to consider local bids as long as they're within 5% of any other competitive bid.
Okay, good, all right.
And administration approval is to table it for right now. Make that motion.
Motion has been made, and I believe Commissioner Barrera has seconded the motion, correct? Any further discussion or consideration regarding this matter?
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, yeah, the clarification is that we're trying to keep the business local, and that's why we're going to look further into it to see if we can make it happen.
Good.
Well, having no further consideration or discussion regarding this matter, the matter is up for a vote, and the issue is to table this matter. All those in favor to table this matter, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And this was for G and for H, correct?
4G and 4H.
Moving forward to item 4I, the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the surplus and auction of city non-real estate property.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission.
Good afternoon.
We're requesting permission to, we have a 2007 Chevy Tahoe that used to be a patrol unit. Then it was stripped down, and our custodian was the one borrowing the vehicle to go clean the library and the other departments. That vehicle is no longer in really good conditions. I think it would cost the city more to try to fix it, so we're asking permission to sell it through auction.
Okay.
The
And-
date that you have on there, sir, is July 26th. Was that August 26th?
This was, we tried to put it on the
Oh, I see.
agenda since June.
So this, okay, I got you. So this would be at a future auction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does
I believe
anybody,
their auction is late September, early October.
does anybody move to approve this item?
I move that we approve this item as presented.
Does anybody second?
Second.
Motion has been second. Mr. Solis, is this vehicle going to be replaced by another vehicle?
We actually have an office vehicle, which is a 2014, 2015 Ford Fusion that was actually picked up through a case awarded to the department that has a lot lower mileage than this vehicle. So we allow our custodian to use that vehicle when it's available.
Okay, so there's already a replacement vehicle that's
Yes,
being
sir.
used right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Having no further discussion regarding this matter is up for a vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you so much, sir. Let me go to item 5, contracts and agreements. 8, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the approval of expenditures and contract value less than 50,000 but more than 5,000 that comply with or are exempt from section 252.0215 of the local government code. Does anybody move to approve this item?
I move that we approve item 5A, subject to discussion.
Yes, sir. Does anybody second?
A second.
Motion has been second. Now it's up for discussion. Questions or concerns that we may have regarding this matter?
I'm just going to go over real quick to the invoices. This is quicker with these iPads. Thank you. We're talking about some gym equipment for the public safety building. I'm looking at some pictures for some equipment.
There's about 52 items that belong to that quote. There's the Matrix and the other one is Marathon. We can try to get other quotes from other companies, but they wouldn't be able to put this amount of equipment together. So those ones, the Matrix is at 37,880 and 69, sorry, 80 and 69. The Marathon was 57,781. And the matrices and Bible they show worldwide, so they were really just
Yeah, and if we get through Bible, we don't need to go out for bids, am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
And the photos that you see are the big ticket items from Matrix. Of course, we know what a dumbbell is, but there is some equipment that we didn't know that they offered, so they send us photos for it. And this equipment will be used by both the police department and fire department.
Is there a room designated, like a workout room or a gymnasium? Is that where this
Yes,
is going
sir.
to go?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Do you have a gym now?
I have a small area.
Overcrowded, small gym that.
Are you moving any of the old equipment over there?
Everybody goes and does their.
A lot of the stuff was donated.
Okay.
And is in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
That was doing by Kevin Hiles back when he was.
But now you're going to have a lot of equipment, everything.
And a lot more space to
Right.
spread out the equipment.
Besides this particular bid for the gym equipment, has the police department submitted any other requests? I don't think so, right?
On this agenda, no, sir.
Yes, on this agenda.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
I was looking at it, and obviously everything is listed, but all I could see was the Matrix Fitness approval for the quote of $37,880.69, but I didn't see anything else. So just wanted to confirm that from your department, this is the only matter that we're considering today.
For this agenda, correct. And it is going to go through the USDA grant.
Right. Yes. So in other words, I think that this had already been budgeted for the public safety building, so this is a continuation of payments that had already been accounted for.
Have you seen the gym equipment?
Sorry?
Have you been able to see the gym equipment that you're gonna have?
No, because it's a company that is not local here.
Yeah. It's gonna be nice to have. a
Their
gym there.
nearest factory is in Katy, Texas.
Okay, good. Okay. I have a question, thank you so much, for Ms. Beas. Ms. Beas, on page 268, I don't know, is this, 268 moving for something different? No, it's the same, it's a payment. for one.
Before we move on, any further questions regarding that gym equipment? Okay. And I think that you confirmed, Mr. Milan, that this is the continuation of the payments?
Correct.
Pursuant to the public safety building budget that we have?
Yes.
Okay, moving forward, thank you so much. This is from what department?
This is for some payments to Meldon and Hunt on page 268 of $23,680. Is this for what project? Is it the one that has been delayed, or which one is it?
I don't have it by page. What invoice number is it?
I can show it to you if you want.
The one in April?
Yes.
March.
It is in 039,
April.
the invoice.
Yes, this is for the wastewater treatment plant. And this is $23,000 are for the design portion of their contract. We have not been reimbursed from the Texas Water Development Board on this. They are pending the review of the design, which is already there in Austin. It's gone through the first review, which they requested some additional information. Meldon Hunt provided it. We are still waiting for review from Mr. Rohan. I don't know if the Meldon Hunt representatives have had any more communication with Texas Water Development Board.
Is this the first invoice that we received after they delayed their engineering services with us, or no?
Actually, we have not paid them since their invoice of March. They have March, April, May, and June. They're in your packet. So we've got 4 months. They do have another invoice submitted for July. I would like to say that the project on both ends is up to date now. Like I say, they have the design in Austin at Texas Water Development Board, and EPA has received the joint environmental and the joint feasibility. What we're waiting now is on the state side to give us a response to those reviews. In the meantime, we are projected going out for bids is late August or early September. There are no changes to the design that's being sent by the state. We're ready to start bidding the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, how much? Okay, so we're paying for March, April, May, and June, right, for Meldon and Hunt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that for the same project of the information that I brought over to the office?
Yes, that's part of that project, complete. What you didn't have there is the street design, the collection line, because that we are waiting for EPA to approve the environmental and the feasibility. Yeah, you can go ahead.
And how much are we gonna be, how much more do we need to pay to complete this project to Meldon and Hunt?
They still have the testing, once construction starts, construction management. They have as-bills and the operation manuals.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, council members. For the record, my name is Mike Hernandez with Meldon and Hunt Engineers.
Oh, nice to see you.
Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you all.
We've been waiting for you. Okay, now, this bid was awarded to your company, right? For the whole stage of the whole process, or by stages?
The contract was awarded to Milden and Hunt to provide engineering design services for your wastewater treatment plant
Yes.
expansion, obtain an engineering feasibility report
Yes.
to the Water Development Board, TCEQ permit, get your project environmentally cleared as well for the wastewater treatment plant. The
Yes.
second component was to get you what we call the planning, acquisition, and design for the collection system, and that was to bring in first-time sewer service to colonias that are located on your westernmost part of your service area. And that project's being funded through the NAD Bank. We're currently provided them with all the engineering feasibility reports, the environmental reports. We had our public hearing meeting here also. And the NAD Bank's going to be providing engineering design services and paying for those design services, as well as your bid, inspection, and so forth.
Yeah, but have you worked on that extra stage of the project yet or no?
Yes, sir. So just to give you a little bit of background, I'm going to touch base first on the wastewater treatment plant. It's two different projects. The wastewater treatment plant, that was priority for the city. As you well know, the city's under enforcement through the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality due to its treatment capacity. So our efforts were mostly to get the treatment plant up to speed and get plans rated. What we typically do, Mr. Barrera, is we solicit and get together with the TCEQ to talk about the discharge parameters. And that means what are the parameters that are required for us to discharge into the Rio Grande. We submitted that information when we had a pre-submittal meeting with them back in June of 2022. We didn't hear back from the TCEQ till November of 2022. And typically, Mr. Barrera, it takes about 6 to 8 months to get a permit. For some odd reason, this took us almost 24 months to get a permit. That's out of our control.
And I understand that. We just wanted clarification.
No,
because
and
for us, it was like a shock seeing that this project was started 4 years ago.
Yes.
And then we arrived here, and then we get a bill from your company for services that were given 8 months.
Yeah, and typically, Mr. Barrera, we're not going to move into design until the TCEQ tells us.
Thank you. That's exactly where I was.
These are the discharge parameters, what you can discharge into the Rio Grande. Based on those parameters, that's how we design the treatment plant for those parameters. And then also working closely with your operators and your utility department to make sure that we are designing a facility that makes it feasible and operator-friendly for them. So we've had various meetings with your staff, have come out here. We've invited them also to go look at other facilities so they can get familiar with what they're going to be getting. What was really disappointing was that we were pushing the TCEQ to get us this permit. The Water Development Board will not allow us to move forward until we get a permit. And that took 20 months.
I totally understand that point. One of the issues that we were wondering is this was a loan that we got, and we were paying interest for 4 years.
Correct.
$160,000 down the drain for waiting for now you're telling me the reasons, waiting 24 months for a permit, but just the vision of this commission is to be proactive, and if you need help with that, well, come with us and we'll see what we can do, maybe find another routes to go. Having that loan and paying those interests, it's not acceptable.
And I completely agree with you, Mr. Barrera. That's not acceptable to the residents of the city. We were working also closely with the Water Development Board and their staff to push the TCEQ to get us this permit.
And not only not acceptable in forms of financially, but hey, maybe because we didn't know.
Yes.
That's the unacceptable part. Like, hey, commission, this is a project for millions of dollars that has been stopped. I know there's a new commission. Well, I'm gonna explain to you what's going on, and that's why I was like, oh, I'm glad to see you, because honestly, I'm glad. I wanna see more. Maybe we can discuss this later. We can have a meeting to go over these, and just this is just my opinion, and I already said it on the previous meeting that the work that you have done, of course, it will be paid. But we have to regroup and see if we're gonna continue with the next stage either with your company, with somebody else. I just wanna be in compliance with you. I wanna let you know what we want, the way we work, and I mean, you saw it right here. The accountability now will be present on every single meeting. When we arrive here, we receive a bill from your company, and nobody was present from your company. And we were like, well, that's not the way we work.
And Mr. Pereira, we're here to work with you guys, work with the council, work with staff. At any time the council and staff needs us to be here, we're here. We're just an hour, 30, 40 minutes away. We're here to present and
we can even go to your place, believe me. And I think that the commission agrees with me that we just wanna be updated on everything. We wanna make sure the projects work as smooth as possible, and we don't wanna lose money the way it was lost for whatever reason it was given, and we just want to keep the community informed. Hey, we got this loan, we're paying interest, this is what's happening. I honestly love to give monthly updates on things like that are extremely important. We just don't want to keep things on the download just because we have problems, you know?
I agree with you, Mr. Pereira. This is a big capital improvement project for the city. This is a major project that is going to help the city sustain its growth for the next 20 years.
Yes.
And right now, where we're at in this stage of this project, like Elisa mentioned earlier, all the contract documents, the specifications, the plans have been submitted to the Water Development Board. They've approved the engineering feasibility report. They have the permit in their hands, so now they're reviewing it. We got comments back from Lauren Dale, who's the environmental reviewer. Just some clarifications that we needed to add some mitigation measures in case we run into some issues.
Yes.
Other than that, the engineer is reviewing it. Once we get the approval of the solicited bids, we'll put that out in the paper and advertise it and get you the best contractors available that do this type of work.
Good, appreciate it. And sometimes the city managers can take a big role here on helping, try to help with those permits, try to help with a lot of stuff.
And we welcome that. We welcome the participation of staff. We want them to be part of the project. It's your project. It's the city's, the taxpayers' money, and it's important that everybody's transparent.
And do you anticipate that we're going to have this bidding process before the year's over?
I anticipate receiving a notice to proceed from the Water Development Board here within the next 30 days and giving us authorization to bid. Once we do that and we get that letter from them, we'll work closely with Elisa, the city manager, to put that into paper and send it out to get contractors to bid on it.
So you think we're going to get it before the year's over?
What I anticipate is we have bids and award a bid before the end of the year.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Bass, I believe that we already have the money for this project, right?
Yeah, the money is already in escrow. Once they approve those design plans like Mr. Hernandez mentioned, we will submit these invoices and get reimbursed 100% on them.
Good. Okay. And what is your recommendation for us to do on these invoices today?
We're already there at the line, sir. We need to get it going.
Okay, so it's your recommendation that we approve?
Yes, sir.
Payment for these invoices?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for being here. No,
Yes, sir.
We welcome and we're thankful for the city for entrusting us in this type of work, and this is what we do for a living, is design water and wastewater treatment facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anything else besides that.
There was already a motion, second?
Yes.
The rest of them were just
And for purposes of transparency, Mayor, TCEQ has been delaying a lot of the applications and permits across the valley. This is a big issue that, if not addressed, could incur fines, major fines, and cost to the city, so.
Okay. Any further discussion from anybody? Having no further discussion in this item, the item is now up for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Now moving forward to item 5B, I believe that this item is now moved, which was the discussion, consideration, and possible action to terminate the current contract agreement between the City of Rio Grande City and the City of Rio Grande City International Ambassador. I believe, it's my understanding that there has been a resignation letter that has been submitted.
That is correct, it was submitted last week, Mayor.
When? Last week.
As of Friday.
So I think that this item is now moved. We don't have to consider it.
They still
Do we
have
need
to
to-
Do we still have to take a motion on that?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
to accept the
The
resignation or terminate.
I move motion.
So I believe, I guess that we need an amendment of this matter to accept the resignation rather than to consider the termination, right?
Correct.
So if somebody can make a motion to
Yeah.
amend this item and to accept the resignation of the international.
I move motion to accept the amendment for the resignation of the Rio Grande City International Ambassador Ruben Islas for 2023, 2024.
Does anybody second the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Motion has been second. Any further discussion and consideration? Comments? Moving forward now with a vote, all of those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The resignation has been accepted. We go to section item 5C, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the water right agreement with La Feria Irrigation District, Cameron County, number 3, for the purchase of 2,240 acre-feet of water.
Mayor and Commissioners, on Thursday of this week, on the 15th, our application to the Texas Water Development Board for EDAP funding will be presented to the State Board for approval, and in there is the budget of, part of the budget, $7 million, to buy the water rights that we need to support our 6 million gallons per day water treatment plant. We went out for proposals on water rights, and we got from La Feria. They were able to provide 2,240 acre-feet of municipal A, Class A municipal water rights. I know that our city attorney has been back and forth with their attorney, their board of La Feria Irrigation Number 2, Cameron County. They approved it Friday. So they have actually submitted 3 documents. One is for the actual transfer of the water rights, one is for the bill of sale for 2,000 acre-feet, and the other one is for the remaining 240 acre-feet to be paid out in 5 years. I'll let Ms. Marty, if she wants to explain any further on those agreements.
I recommend approval subject to negotiating the amount of the water rights. It was a little high, and the only concern I have is that it's going to kind of push the market to raise the fees across the board. So I would just make that recommendation that if they're...
We had attempted to negotiate it, and the only negotiation we arrived is that that amount would include all the costs associated to convert from irrigation to Class A. Yes.
Okay, so
There are costs associated, and they would take on all of that.
That's correct. There is an additional cost if we would have to convert the water rights to municipal. So I recommend approval.
do we have a motion to approve this item?
So would we have to make the motion subject to negotiation? Would we need to add that to the motion, or could we just approve it as presented?
I would like to make one more attempt, so subject to negotiation, and if that's the best, then I'll report back to council, but I would like...
I move that we approve item 5C, subject to negotiation.
I second that.
Motion has been second. Now the matter is up for discussion. Ms. Bass, just for the community so that they can understand what we're doing, we have a grant on this matter, correct?
That is correct. We actually have, it's a 50-50. 50 loan and 50 grant. It's for $11,310,000. We do have our engineers present, which is Hafen Associates, Ms. Christina Leal and Joe Flores. This is going to the state, like I said. We are addressing water pressure, water rights, and water loss with this project.
Right.
And like I said, it is 50%. So that cost of $7 million, 50% is grant and 50% is
And
loan.
what we're trying to do is, obviously, we're trying to acquire water rights, and that's gonna cost us approximately $7,000, right?
7 million.
I'm sorry, 7 million. That is correct. I was a
This-
little bit off.
Correct, and this is,
Just a little.
1 more zero.
Because one is
2 more zero.
half is loan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So
So-
$7 million is gonna cost us, right, to acquire this water rights.
Yes, and right now, and Mr. Flores is here to attest to the fact that every year, the city around August, September, they start having to basically purchase water from other cities, other irrigation
Right.
districts, and that can be up to 85,000 a year, and that's it.
Yeah,
It just,
and just to further explain that for the viewers that are watching us, and when we're trying to acquire water rights, what that means is that we can only obtain so much water from the river.
correct.
Because we only purchase for that amount of water, right? And
We-
what we're trying to do, we're trying to purchase this water rights so that we can obtain more water. Is that right?
That's correct. It's kind of like you own certain acre feet of water from the river. And right now, we don't have enough. So before the year ends, we're having to borrow from someone else, and that costs money. If we don't have them, we cannot pull water from the river and treat it and provide our citizens with any water.
Right. So once we reach our limit of how much water we can pull from the river, we have to look to buy water from somebody else.
Correct.
And it's gonna be somebody who's got, obviously, those water rights. And then they're gonna sell it, and this is the cost that you're telling us, correct?
Yeah, it's a lease.
It's a lease? Okay.
Actually, the last couple of months of October, November, we actually bought from La Feria in Roma. It was quite a bit of an amount, because obviously they helped the price of the lease. But also the good thing about this is the water rights, we're able to sell also rights. The same way that we release from them,
Yes,
we
now
can
you
also
can
make some revenue, in the long run for the city as well.
Right.
Mr. Eric, with these 2,240 acres, is that more than enough to cover our need for water?
Oh, that's plenty of, yes.
Okay, so if $7 million divided by these 2,000 some acres, that's $3,125 per acre, more or less?
How much is the cost?
Yeah, so I
Oh, the
just
cost,
make the
the
division,
cost,
but
okay.
just so you know.
Yeah, which is good.
Because you just mentioned that it's kind of expensive.
Yes.
Is that, Ms. Garcia, $3,000 per acre on water rights, is that like expensive? What's the normal?
I sent a memo on it. I can get those numbers to you.
Please. And
But they're a little high.
Okay, and also when you said, Ms. Bell, that you already tried the negotiations,
Well, what happens is, what's making it a little tricky is that we only have 7 million for the water rights.
Correct.
And what happens is, if we buy the whole 2,200 acres, we're gonna be above the 7 million. So we're trying to negotiate to try to come as close as we can to
Okay.
those 7 millions.
okay,
And there was about 100 and some acres, right, that we needed to negotiate approximately?
It was 240.
240.
240.
Okay, that we
okay.
could- And I believe that the seller was, it's all or nothing.
oh, okay, I see.
So the seller wanted to say, we'll sell the 2,200 or we don't sell anything.
Okay.
So
Have you tried to make, Mr. Milan, have you tried to make a negotiation, or you, Mayor?
we have tried, and now I think Ms. Garcia is also
Okay.
involved, and
Good.
that's why we can try to go back and forth, but I think that at the end of the day, we still need it. Even if we pay a little bit more than what we want, I think that that's still a necessity for the city. And then we can actually make money also
Yes.
if we buy the acreage, because now, just as Mr. Flores corrected me, we can lease it to other
Instead of
municipalities.
us buying out now, we actually have the
Right.
option to lease it to other
If I
cities.
may, water
Yes, sir.
rights are hard to find.
Yeah.
So if
We have water communities.
We
can lease.
should just go for it.
Yeah, so it seems like everybody that I talk to that are familiar with this issue have the same idea, that if you can find some water rights, that you should buy them. But
And if I might add, Mayor,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
water is becoming a very scarce source. And this water rights will only go up higher as drought continues and climate changes, don't allow our reservoirs to again, restock their water. With this, we will meet the demands of our 6 million gallon per water treatment plant.
Okay.
And right now, we don't use it up to the 6 million. So like Mr. Flores was saying, and you mentioned it, any surplus we have, we can now also turn around and lease those. And not to mention it, we are being basically mandated by the Texas Water Board to sustain first what we have.
Do we have a deadline for these
A deadline,
to accept or to make the offer?
they passed it on Friday, they're waiting on our word. I know that for their TCEQ process, they have until October the 15th, their process. After October the 15th, then basically, that's when it becomes set.
Okay. Any further discussion? Having no further discussion regarding this matter, it's up for a vote now. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now we move to item 6A, discussion, consideration, possible action on landowner's petition for release of area from extraterritorial jurisdiction by Rio Vista Santa Cruz Properties Development LLC under section 42-101 of the local government code.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
They're trying to remove themselves from the RETJ. This property is located the west side of town, just north of Alvarez Road. It consists of 52.55 acres.
North of Alvarez?
Yeah, north on Alvarez. I'm sorry. North on Alvarez.
Okay. And is this, Mr. Milan, is this, well, before we move to this discussion, do we have a motion to approve this matter?
What does staff recommend?
Excuse me?
What do you recommend?
We've done it before in the previous meeting. They're trying to remove themselves from our 5 miles EGJ.
So as a matter of law, it's already reverted back.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I move that we approve the item is presented, Mayor.
Does anybody
Subject to
second?
discussion?
Does anybody second that?
I'll second the motion.
Motion has been second, now it's open for discussion. And I think this is one of the items that we had in the previous meetings where we really don't have a choice as to whether to approve or deny it, right?
They still want a ratification from the city, but it's one of those new laws that if they're within our 1 mile or 5 mile ETJ, especially 5 mile ETJ, they want to be excluded so that to avoid city subdivision requirements. That's what it boils down to.
Right, and it's my understanding that we really don't have much of a say-so regarding this matter,
Correct.
right?
We don't have say-so anyways, even before for building permits for any kind, but again, they're dodging the subdivision requirements of the city that we used to have.
Okay, and who's the owner of Rio Vista?
Rio Vista and Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz, Robert, isn't this Mr. Rupert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion regarding this matter? Having no further discussion, this matter is up for a vote. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I know. At this time, we're moving forward to item 7, which is the executive session, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, Section 521071, consultation with attorney, and Section 551.072, real estate, and Section 551.074, personnel matters. Do we have a motion at this time? To move to executive?
Yes, I move that we go to executive session.
Second?
Time.
Time, for the record.
2:28.
2:28. At this time, we're going to be moving to executive session. time being 4:08. Moving to item 8, A, B, and C, which is to reconvene into regular session and consider of action on matters discussed during executive session, including the following A, B, and C, which is personnel matters, real estate acquisitions or sales, and any legal matters pending. Do we have a motion on this matter to reconvene?
Mayor, I move that we reconvene and that we take no action on items A, B, or C.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All of those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All right, so we have reconvened. There was no action in any of those matters at this time. Do we have a motion for item number 9, which is the adjournment?
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I second.
The motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned at this time.
4:09.
Time being
409.
4:09.